on my headphones at? Sorry about that. Hello, everyone. It is what is today? Today is February 6th. It is currently 7:19 my time. Not sure what time it is your time, but give me one sec. Okay, I am officially back. So I am officially back. Ugh. In the Web 2 software engineering space or tech space. I had a brief hiatus. I was doing lots of work on the blockchain, but I've come back. I know a lot of you guys need assistance, need help. AI is only getting bigger, faster, stronger, as my old high school football coach used to say. And so you guys need help. You aspiring engineers, you all of you who want to become coders, want to get into tech. You might feel like the window is closing. You might feel like, the opportunity is going away, but I assure you there is still opportunity. There is still a chance. Give me one second. Trying to get this YouTube summary. So, as you can see here, we currently have DeepSeek up on the screen. Okay. Now, what we're going to do, I was taking a look at some of my older streams. So what we're going to do is we're live. We're gonna build one. We're going to warm up. So let me do a few things here. Let me actually open up my notes so that we can warm up properly. When I say warm up, I mean I'm going to take you through a typical day in the life of a coder. We're going to be here for about, buckle in, get some snacks. We're going to be here for about 3 hours. Then we'll take a break, come back. We'll do about 3 to 4 more hours for a full, 6 to 8 hour shift. Um, in the day of a life of a software engineer. Okay. So now, before we get started fully, there's a few things I just wanted to do setup wise. There's like just something I need to get done really quickly because I have everything I need. What I don't have is I'm just looking for my I probably have it on the website. I just forget the website. The For coding challenges, like the main one, HackerRank. I think I'm on HackerRank, but I think I'm also on. My goal was Leak Code. So I need to find close that. Okay, so now we're on Leak Code. Let's see. I'm sorry, we're on HackerRank. Here, let me actually find my logins because that'll make this a lot easier and a lot simpler. We'll close this out. That'll make things a lot simpler and a lot easier. And also, yeah, we'll just leave our tool open over there. So let me see. So here we go. So now we'll just log in here. This is a fresh browser. Sign in. Now let me just find. Yeah, I should have set this up before I got started, but hey, but sometimes you're not going to be prepared. Sometimes things are going to happen. You're not going to be able to be as prepared as you'd like. So, what do you do in those instances? You have to just adjust. You have to go with the flow, right? Let's see. But tomorrow I'll be a lot more prepared for sure. I'll be on top of it for sure. For sure. All right, so I found what I needed to find. I didn't find the one for hacker rank, but I found the one for leak code. Okay, so the 1 day check-in, let's explore. I had a goal, man, to hit the freaking top people on leak code, and I just completely just stopped with that. So views, solutions, discuss. I have no badges. I have 27 problems solved, 84%. So I'm trying to get to 100 questions. So I think I have this on my to-do list. Let me just look here real quick. Thought I had it. Oh, no, I guess I don't. Weird, very weird. Anyways, so I'm trying to get to 100 questions solved. Let me actually put that on my to-do list now. Trying to get to 100 questions. And how you do that is you need to 100 leak code question answered. So we're at 27 right now. So how many a day is it going to take? It's going to take, so we need to do at least 10 questions per day starting out. That's the 10 questions. That's a lot. Man, current 27. I just grind all this. So this is my current main engineering goals. Secondly, we want to get a job. We want to get a position now. I've been in blockchain for the past since I've left my previous position, and then we want to get back into the workforce. So we want to get a role. Doesn't matter if we're making six figures or not. We just want to get a role. Developing day to day basis. Okay, and how we'll do that is we're gonna apply to jobs every day. At least three new roles, and then we'll follow up. Uh, let's see. We also want to start back doing typing practice, and then we also want to develop our own typing practice application or code. I'm sorry, typing practice for software engineers, web app. So that's one thing we're going to start building here today. So we're going to start that today. Build on this every day during stream. All right, and then what else? What else do we want to do? I think that's a solid start. I think that's a solid start. So yeah, let's run with that. I was trying to get this video summarized to just to see if Bard was able to even do it. For close this out. Mm, yeah, so I don't think, well, maybe let me see. Maybe I was using the wrong link there. So we'll try this one. Let's see here. Oh, nice, nice. You did an excellent job. Oh my goodness. You did an excellent job on it. Okay, so now I know I can, yeah, if you guys didn't know, you can use Google Bard. I'm sorry, you can use Google Gemini to summarize your YouTube videos. If you guys didn't know that, you know. Okay, so I guess we can start off with some typing practice. And from there, you know, we'll use Keyber. Keyber is the one that I know about the most, but we're gonna start developing our own. So we'll use Keyber. All right. And so we'll just start warming up our hands just a little bit, you know, just getting our hands used. It might not seem like it's an important thing to do, but you don't need to know how to, you don't need to be a typist to code, but it's something that helped me. And so it's something that I like to make sure I stay well practiced in, right? Because I like to, when I write code, I like to write code very smoothly. And when I'm in the zone, it just helps if you're able to just crack out a bunch of lines of code. You know, no, it sounds cliche, but it just helps when you're in that zone, that's when you can actually like code, you're writing code and you're figuring things out, and you're debugging, you're trying to get to a certain point. That's when you're like in that zone. That's when it starts to matter, right? Just being fluent and having things, it's just like muscle memory because there's already so much you have to think about when you're a software engineer. It's very complex problem solving, and so having the ability to type very easily, as your muscle memory. Even after this, like beyond this, you want to have the ability to use keyboard shortcuts and navigate around your machine very quickly and around your code base very quickly. That's going to be something that really sets you apart from other software engineers or other coders or even AI, driven engineers, in that, it's not something that everyone does. Even writing very exceptional documentation is not something that many coders do. So by doing these kinds of things, you can really set yourself apart and make yourself, just stand apart from your competition, essentially. I know some people don't like that word, but that is essentially, I mean, this is a capitalistic society, so this is essentially what it is. You know what I mean? So yeah, when you're doing this, you want to make sure you're focusing on accuracy and, smoothness, not necessarily speed, because speed is one thing that I always tell my son this, when he's like gaming or he's trying to learn something. He's someone who likes to pick up things fast, and when he doesn't get it, he often gets frustrated. But you have to be patient with things. Like, you have to, when you're training for something and it's something that takes like a lot of repetition, you have to be patient and understand that you need to focus on the technique of the movement or whatever the thing is itself, because the speed will come with time. Like if you're a good reader, focus on reading with accuracy and understanding. The speed at which you do so will come with time. Don't focus on being a fast reader, because then you're just focusing on speed. What are you really getting out of that being a fast reader? You want to make sure you can read for understanding fast. So studio, earn, tried, earn. Okay, so yeah, we just wanted to work on that just a little bit. our typing practice. So got that out the way. All right, now let's move on to some, since we have our DeepSeek already open, let's move on to some leak code questions. Alrighty. So let's see here. Go explore some problems. Yeah, I guess we can just do this from here. Pick one. That seems like a very viable option. Okay, now before we get started, let's use JavaScript. This seems like the most versatile language. Um, so let's see. So I have a process for how I kind of, do get these done. Um, so let's use DeepSeek. Let's use DeepSeek. Okay, so and I'm gonna do it all from scratch. So all right, so the prompt I gave it was to help me come up with a process and strategy for solving complex leak code questions because you want to first come up with the methodology, right? So if you guys can see, so I'll kind of go over this methodology that it kind of gave us, and then we'll kind of go into solving this valid palindrome problem step by step. So process and strategy for solving complex leak code questions. So number one, you need to understand the problem. So read the problem statement carefully, identify the input, output, and constraints, clarify any ambiguities by checking examples or asking questions. So let's do that. Okay. So read the problem statement carefully. So a phrase is a palindrome if after converting all uppercase letters into lowercase letters, and removing all non-alphanumeric characters, it reads the same forward and backward. So alphanumeric characters include letters and numbers. So given a string S, return true if it is a palindrome or false otherwise. So we're pretty much writing a function that's going to determine if a string is a palindrome or not, and we know what a palindrome is based on this statement right here. So it sounds like we understand the problem from just reading the statement. Now identify the input, output, and constraint. So the input is going to be a string. The output is going to be a Boolean, so true or false, based on if the string is determined to be a palindrome or not. And then the constraints are going to be hmm, I don't know what the constraints. So constraints. Okay, here we go. So constraints are listed right here. So S consists only of printable ASC characters, and then one is less than or equal to the the length of the string, which is less than or equal to 2 times 10 to the power of 5. So this is the constraint as far as the string length, I believe. So let's actually let's actually get some clarification on this if we can. Um, well, we understand the problem, so we'll ask DeepSeek to help us clarify these constraints. And then it says it says let me scroll up here. It says we can clarify any ambiguities by checking examples or asking questions. I already have a strategy for how to do this. I just didn't feel like reaching into my big old directory of files here to find my strategy because it's essentially the same one I just asked it to generate here, just with a little more information based on the 27 problems I've already worked through. And then number two, it asks us to break down a problem. So simplify the problem into smaller, manageable parts, identify patterns or subproblems that can be solved independently. So let's look at our example. So our example number one, our input is going to be a string um, that says a man, a plan, a canal, and then colon Panama, and then the output of that is going to be true. So that is indeed a palindrome because when you remove all of the spaces, the commas, and the semicolon, and the uppercase letters, it essentially is reads the same backwards. Okay, so another example is race a car. This one is going to be false because race a car doesn't read the same backwards when you try and read it backwards because you see this A right here. When you go backwards, it says Raka instead of race a car when you read it backwards. So, and then you have S equals an empty string. And this is going to return true because S is an empty string. After removing non-alphanumeric characters, since an empty string reads the same forward and backwards, it is a palindrome. So, all right, now let's read about what it had to say about, oh, actually the server was busy, so it says try again later. Um, so you might have to open up a new chat. Let's see if we can get it to, I guess a lot of folks are using DeepSeek right now, so never know what the issue could be there. Hmm. Yeah, so we'll just move on and we'll probably, if we keep having issues, we'll just open up a new chat. Uh, Likely, ChatGPT or something like that. So let's move on to actually trying to solve this. So we know what we have to do. We have to write the logic in here that's going to determine if a string is a palindrome or not. So if we start pseudocoding, if I was to pseudocode this out, it's going to be something like this. So we have the function here is palindrome, or we have the variable is palindrome equals function, and then we have the parameters taken in a string, right? So we're gonna say we're gonna take the string, right? And let's first take the string and we need to remove all of the spaces. So let's take the string. We have the string. So S equals, so this is gonna be logic. So string, here we go. So target, trying to see how to pseudocode this. Target our string variable and remove spaces. So it'll be something like, if we have a built-in method to do this, it'll be something like new uh, variable for modified string equals S, and then we'll say remove spaces. And we'll call it M. New variable will be M. So now M is equal to the new string. Now M is equal to the new string. So then we can print, oh, I'm sorry, not print, what is it? Log or log M to make sure the strings, the spaces are removed. Then we need to remove any alpha, or what is it? Non-alpha numeric characters. So we need to go through and search for. So we need to loop. We essentially need to loop through um all of the characters in our string. So loop through all what is it? All characters in string and remove non-alpha numeric Then we're gonna return. Then we're gonna return the updated string. Then we're gonna check that, or then we're gonna use a built-in method to reverse it and check against original. Then we're gonna turn, turn true or false based on the based on if it reads the same or not, which indicates if it's a palindrome. So this is essentially the pseudocode for that. So you're going to target the string variable, remove the spaces. Then you have a new variable for the modified string. Then you log. Then you I would console log it to make sure the spaces are removed. Then you're gonna since you want to start loop juice. This is you want to put this I'm gonna put this right here. So you want to do that first. And then you want to return the updated string, use the built-in method to reverse it, you check it against the original. Then if that's available, otherwise you have to write a method that does this. Then you return true or false based on if it reads the same or not, which indicates if it's a palindrome. So now that you have your pseudocode, you have to, so this is essentially like how long it takes you to think through these problems, and you have to practice this. um in an AI driven world, you essentially can build very fast without needing to know how to process this way, but you want to still be practicing this because it's great to just build up your intellect, your intellectual power and prowess, and just your thinking power, and how fast you're able to process. So let me see. So we already wrote our pseudocode. So there's a solution that instead of looping through all the characters, there's a solution where you can use two pointers and move the pointers toward each other, skipping non-alphanumeric characters, and compare the characters at each step. Now this is a more robust solution. I'm going to actually see. I'm going to actually open up another instance. Oh, we have a Gemini open here, so we can just use Gemini for now, even though we're using it for something else. Um, we can just use Gemini. And I wanted to ask you, is this a viable solution? Now, what we have here, we already know that the solution using pointers is a good solution. Yeah, so my solution is a very simplified solution. Uh, I want to actually build this out. So let's actually build this out. So we'll say const, and what we're using, it's using var here. So I guess we can just, I like using const. I don't like using. variable. So this is going to essentially replace all of the alphanumeric characters. So A to Z, lowercase a to Z, uppercase, and 0 through 9. And then the space there is I'm going to remove all of the spaces. And then also we'll use dot two lowercase. This is a built-in method. So we're using dot replace and two lowercase for both JavaScript built-in methods. If you don't know what a built-in method is, um, maybe I'll make a video going over that. And now, so we have, this is, so, okay, hold on a sec. So we're not looping through. This is what the step that we're on, new variable m for modified string. So this is we just created this variable. Now we're creating a variable to reverse it. And we're going to use the clean string method inside of this. So I'm sorry, we're using the clean string that we just created and clean here. And we're going to reverse that. And let's see. We're going to reverse it and then join it back together. And then we're going to compare clean string to the reverse string. Return clean string equal reverse. So it's going to, if the clean string is equal to the reverse string, this is going to compare and determine if it's a palindrome. So essentially, this is where we're removing all of the spaces and the non-alphanumeric characters. This is where we're um, reversing the string, and then this is where we're doing the comparison. So now let me see if we run this. Reverse string is not defined. Little typo there. So output true. So it looks like it was accepted for all of the cases. So that's a very good example of how you solve these types of challenges. You really just have to take your time. You know, if you don't know, one thing I would say is you need to learn how to read for understanding first as like a prerequisite. Because when you're over here and you're like reading about the problem, you need to be able to break this down and understand what it's asking you for and understand what it's giving you to start with. If you can't break this down and understand like, okay, what am I being asked to do and what is it giving me? Then you're not going to be able to like actually get to the point where you can solve these on your own. Like, because um the reason I was able to solve that how I was because I had all of the pseudocode up here. I had all the pseudocode up here. And so I knew in my mind, I thought about the problem, I thought about how I could potentially solve it. And then I just utilized AI to fill in the gaps because, it's just a matter of then looking up the built-in methods for, which is string dot replace or, dot two lowercase and dot reverse and dot join. Of course you can do it without using those built-in methods, which is preferable just to help you practice. But, um, essentially if you know about those methods then you can just crack. I use multiple languages, so sometimes it's hard for me to reference different built-ins and things like that because I work in Python a lot, and I switch back and forth, so it can be a little bit difficult at times, especially since I haven't touched these in a while. So yeah, but with that being said, let's go ahead and we solved that one problem. I wanted to show you guys the pointer method. um Let's see. We'll submit this And so it did get accepted. So it did get accepted. We should have 28 solved, I think. Yeah, that was an easy one. You might need only had 20, there it is, 28. So 28 solved. So that's one question solved. We're gonna do 10 questions today. That was just the beginning. But we've been here for about 37 minutes. Let me take a quick break and then we'll come back and we'll start to build out the typing practice web app. Okay. We already got one done. Already got zero done. Okay. Another thing too I want to build today is data visualizations, visualizers for different types of data sets related to software engineering. So we'll work on these two projects today. I'll take a quick break. I'll be right back. You guys stay right there. And I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. This is a daily life in the day of a software engineer, um, solopreneur, and we're working on lead code questions. We're building web apps. We're applying for roles, and we're answering you guys' questions, helping you guys get jobs and learn how to break into this industry. So I'll be right back. Stay tuned. All right, I'm back. How long was I gone? About 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Okay, so where were we? Oh, I got on this page. So DeepSeek stopped working after like two prompts. So we were solving some coding challenges. I said the next thing I wanted to work on uh was going to be working on something else. So let's actually open up Claude.ai. Start a new chat. We'll just get right into the new chat. Okay. So what we want to do now is I want to start building out. Let's just get right into building things, right? We're almost an hour in. Let's jump right into something fun, right? So let, oh, actually, hold on a sec. Let me grab these. Okay, so we want to build a typing web app with, vanilla JavaScript, HTML, and CSS so I can run it inside of CodePen. Okay, which is, if you don't know what CodePen is, it's an in-browser IDE. All right. Okay, you can see here, I have CodePen actually. I moved this out the way. I have CodePen up. You can see right here. This is what CodePen looks like. It's an in-browser IDE. I'll show you guys a little bit more here in just a sec. Let me scroll back over to our YouTube here. Okay, okay. I don't see any. Yeah, I can't see. I don't see any chat messages. Okay, so now we have CodePen open. We have Claude open. Um, so I want to build a web app. Blah blah blah. And I have a prompt. I have a prompt that's full of like coding rules that I use, right? And I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna tell you guys, what this prompt is. Give you guys a little bit of a gem here. Let's see. So this prompt is what I usually use. I don't know why I'm speaking that way. I usually use this prompt for when I'm building in React because there's a tendency of Claude's more specifically, and also utilize um, Cursor as well in my workflow to introduce new modules, um, or introduce new, hallucinates to introduce things that it hasn't defined properly. So things like that. So I have a prompt that I use to ensure it doesn't do these things, right? It has safeguards. So it says before suggesting changes to existing functionality, verify the current behavior and data flow, identify and isolate the specific code that needs modification, test the change logic for potential side effects, ensure state updates maintain consistency, preserve existing error handling, and blah, 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 blah. So, just a bunch of things that I've kind of gathered as throughout my research, as a prompt engineer while utilizing different AI models is, in specific to software engineering and coding, right? So now, let's see. I was going to, I have a bunch of different prompts here. I might share these in a file. I might share these out to everyone for free, or maybe I'll put a price on it. We'll see. But that's the prompt I'm starting with. And if it doesn't, if it isn't sufficient, then we'll kind of work it out. But some I like to build these apps. A lot of my apps start out in vanilla JavaScript, in CodePen as just because it's such an easy in-browser IDE to use to quickly test out things very quickly, So I don't have to create a directory. I don't have to install any dependencies, install any modules, scaffold a project. I don't have to do any of those things. I don't have to worry about, running the server. Like a lot of things are automatically taken care of for me, um, with just using an IDE. So, and we'll see. So as we can see here, we have the IDE open, right? And so what we're gonna have is we're gonna have the code. We're gonna have and at the bottom, we're gonna have the preview. And sorry about that. And at the top, we're gonna have the code. So, and like I said, I'm just don't you can do what I you don't have to use all these sections. My code snippet that was given to me by Claude was a one pager. So meaning that it's an inline document, meaning that the CSS is built into the index.html file in this style tag here, and then also I'm not sure how to close the one downside of building in here is that I don't know the keyboard shortcuts to actually fold and like unfold very quickly and stuff like that. So that's the one downside. But so your functionality is going to be within these script tags. This is what normally will go inside of not this entire tag, but what's within here is what you normally place inside of the JavaScript portion. And same with what's within the style tag here is what you normally place within the CSS section, just to keep everything separate, right? Normally, if you have a directory, you have a styles.css and you have a script.js file, which you're linking to via this index.html file here. So we'll get into all of that. Let me actually, all right, never mind. So anyways, um, now I just noticed you guys couldn't actually see that. Let me move this down a little bit. You guys can actually see what I was talking about with the code there. So now you guys can see when you move these sliders, it just tells you if you're using HTML, CSS, or whatever the case may be. Let me move it down a bit more. So you guys can see it. There we go. You see here HTML, and move this over. You see CSS. So these are your different sliders of where you can place the code. What I was just speaking about, but everything in our case is inside of one HTML file. Now, so now that we have this, so and always one thing I wanted to mention, I wanted to stop there and say one thing, and that is that if you don't know how to read code, then this is something you want to type out. Okay, you don't want to do what I just did and say and just tell you. It's okay that you can use AI in your workflow, but you still, if you're new and you don't have as much experience as I have, you want to type all of this code out just to get it, just so you get that repetition, because it's just going to help your learning process. A step beyond that is writing out this code because you need to get to the point where you start understanding, okay, head tag, HTML tag, this doc type. Even though this is not something that you're going to see on every single website because it's not something that's necessarily needed. Even the HTML tag sometimes you're not going to see. Sometimes you just see some ghetto websites that just start with a head tag, right? But you need to know what these things mean. You need to know what a meta tag is, what the title tag is, what the style tag is for, and what goes within it, right? What the head tag is. So this is the head tag. This is all the stuff that goes in your header, right? Then you have the body tag, which is like the main meat of the site or the page, right? And your closing HTML tag, and then within the body tag, you'll notice that you have the script tag. It goes right before the closing of the body. So that's something you want to always keep at the count when you're dealing with one page. Inline. This is called inline. Okay, it's called inline. But anyway, so there's a lot of different ways that you can build. There's more than one way to skin a cat. If those for those of you who are familiar with that saying. But anyways, let's jump into testing this out. I want to see. So let's go start test, practice. How did I mess it up? How did I mess up? Let's see. Start. Do I have caps lock on? No. You should detect when you have caps lock on. That's good. But it's not detecting the keys properly. Wonder why that is. It detects the first key. Input area, add input listener if it's typing. If it's not typing, return. So this is the code that if input character equals characters dot enter text. So characters dot length characters text display query selector all span characters. So there's something in here. Let me see. Let me see. See, I don't have. I'm not gonna go through them. Now I will if AI is unable to find out what the problem is, then I'll go in here and look. Sometimes it is. It's unable to figure out what the issue is. Um, but for something like this, let's see. So yeah, something in here. Um, I don't think we're properly adding all of the functionality to for all of the different characters on the keyboard. Let me just check the for character. Character. I know I'm correct. All right, so we'll just have it check the errors and ensure everything is on the up and up. Let me see what that says. Okay, so the input is cleared immediately after each character, so it's not able to process the full thing. So it has a fixed version here where um, it also said that WPM calculation wasn't didn't account for completed words. So let's pop in our new version. Now this should auto update. Now all that glitters is not gold. Now we typed that in perfectly. We got a words per minute of 51 words per minute. Now let's type in and make sure that the errors words are all. So now we'll some errors on this. Then we'll errors on this. There we go. So there we go. Now I just built my own basic typing web application at a very basic level. I'm sorry, you guys can't even see all of the application. Let me shrink this down a bit so you guys can see all of the applications here. Okay, so now you guys can see. So we have start test. Um, Click on that, and then you start typing. Quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. This is something that's very basic, very simple that I can use to say, hey, teach my son how to get started typing very easily. Now, what are some things? So this is very basic. For me, I would say we're finished. Let me see. I would say we're finished. So build typing practice web app. So start today, done. We're gonna build a little bit on this every day during stream. So we've already built on it today. So this is day. All right. Now, So it's already at MVP. Let's add some brand. So I guess we can add some brand. Make a list. So branding. All right. Link to my LinkedIn page. And then we'll add to portfolio. Then we'll start adding some advanced features. So let's talk about AI. And then let's add some more core features. And then let's push it to production. Let's push it to, we have it on CodePen right now. I guess we could push it to GitHub. Okay, so now let me see. What are the core features that I want to add in here? I know I want to add integrate AI at some point. Some of the core features, I want to focus on left-handed type of practice, as well as what's the other thing? I want to focus also on coding typing practice. So some things I want to know, some research I want to do for this application is going to be what are some of the most common coding snippets that are typed throughout a software engineer's career in JavaScript or in a multitude of languages. So this is an example of how you utilize AI to get your research done. I'm going to put this inside of DeepSeek is not working, so we're going to start a new chat and hope that it works now. All right, so we got a couple of snippets here. Got a couple of snippets. So number one is going to be looping through arrays. Oh, you guys can actually see this. Nice, 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 nice. This. Number two is going to be Python. Oh, this is in three different languages actually. Number two is going to be conditional statements. So conditionals are used to make decisions in code. Number three is going to be string manipulation. String operations like concatenation, splitting, and searching are common. Working with objects slash dictionaries. These are used to store key value pairs. And then we have error handling. Handling exceptions and errors are crucial for robust code. Okay, so I think we have a good amount. So now we can work on putting these into a proper. If we place them into our file, it's gonna get rather long, but I guess we can put it in there for now. We're gonna put these in a separate file. See, this is where we get into having to create a a directory now, because now we have a lot of data that we're gonna be working with. So we'll just use this first one, this first set of three, and we'll integrate that into our application. This is just so what you would do here. You essentially are going to create new arrays for because I want to talk you guys through. You don't want what you don't want to do. Like I said, if you're new, you don't want to lean on AI and not to learn in the process. Okay. So when I'm gonna add this feature in for this new code, I mean for this new data set to loop over, I want you guys to know you want to understand where all of this is happening, right? You want to understand where the current data is coming from. So it's just coming from this variable here. A, this is an array of text of strings. Okay. So we're going to add another array essentially of coding strings and essentially add a button so you can start a coding test or start a regular test. All right. I just don't want to do it. I just don't want to do it manually. I just don't want to sit here and say, okay, const. I mean, you can do it. You need to do it. If you're new, you need to do it. Me, this is what I do. I do this. So I know exactly what an array is. I know exactly how to create one in a multitude of languages. So I don't need to necessarily do this. Is it good practice? Yes, it is. I mean, should we do it? Maybe we should just do it. But when you're using AI, like I said, I use it as more of a guide, and it's more of an advisor for me, um, because I understand when it does hallucinate, when it does do something that it's not, when the code is not working, I understand how to actually debug and get it working and understand what went wrong. Because a lot of times they're using different AI models, it can have you going in circles. It can become inefficient if you're trying. So that's when you start to understand if an engineer is like relying on AI versus using AI strategically in their workflow. Because if you're not able to resolve or get to a solution and you have AI as a part of your workflow, you're leaning on it a little too much, because it might have you going in circles if you're constantly if you're saying like, oh well, it gave me this. You're at the end of the day, you should always be the last resort, the end all be all. That's like checking the work and making sure it's correct. It's not up to whatever assistance you have to make sure that this works. Even though sometimes I do yell sometimes at some of these models like, hey, what did you give me? What did you give me? I didn't want to do. I wanted to be lazy today. No. But yeah, all jokes aside, but yeah, in all seriousness, it's a very real thing. People don't talk about this, but it's a very real part of the process. And a lot of times too, when you're using AI, you want to make sure you tell it not to break anything. Like, hey, integrate this feature, but don't break anything. A lot of the times, but you know what? Actually, that was way too vague. What I just did was way too vague. But once you start Cloud, you don't want to stop it. I'm gonna want to see. I'm gonna see how it handles this task. Added programming code samples. Added code editor theme. One dark. Updated syntax colors. Change font to mono. Let me see. Okay, let's see. I'm just gonna take what you gave me and type. Let me see. See if it broke it, or if it removed, like replace the one functionality for another. Let me see. I'll take a look at it. How did it do it? Looks like it replaced the text to use code samples instead. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Then I think I just saved this. Okay, so we'll start test. Const array equals 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, let me mess up real quick. Okay. All right. Is that enter? Or is that another space? What is that? Do you just keep going? Let me see how to account for that. That was good. I just actually did. Okay, so let's try. Yeah, this is actually pretty good. Yeah, I actually wanted to keep the other functionality in, but it's fine. Trying to see if there's any bugs when you have multi-line strings that you have to type. Yeah, but this is actually really good. Now, do I keep space? Okay, so space is what you want to use. I gotta indicate that somewhere. See, I think there's a bug in here, or sometimes I could have sworn I pressed space right there. Space. So yeah, we'll have to play around with this. It seems to be working, but I mean, this is something that you have to literally keep playing around with, um, and keep taking notes on. So let me see. I'm gonna add some notes right now about detection. place in the screen and indication of using space for multi and wrapping case and users can then press enter in a space. So yeah, there's very detailed notes about the user experience. But for now, it is. I gotta double check and make sure I typed what I tried to type. And then okay, space I plus plus. See right there. After that, what is this? Opening bracket. Something happens, and then it's like a reset. After the opening bracket in the second line, did it end my testing? And then test. I'm gonna say there, bug. Okay, and the green. Okay, so just want to make some very detailed notes about that WPM Infinity. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is doing. Now we just reset it. Start test. Yeah, this is an application that I would really add authentication for, just because I would just host this and let everybody use it for free. Once we fix the bugs, 'cause I'm seeing this bug pop up a little more often with these multi-line streams. You know, now, but we essentially got this thing to MVP. Oh boy. I just want to add a few more snippets and make it to where I can at least utilize it um, without the bugs. Then we can push it to GitHub, add some left-handed typing practice as well, like a left-handed. Okay, so it looks like it changes. Okay, so let's try this out. Start test. Oh boy. So it broke something right there. Not sure what it broke, but it broke something. HTML, HTML. Let me see, did it move? Uh, Okay, so these little dots are now what's being indicated for spaces. 3, 4. It said enter right there, but it didn't accept enter. Space, 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 space. Did seem to fix the bug though. Let's see. Space. Yeah, because it's a lot. The detection as far as the, I'm not sure what you call it. This is a typing indicator. I think there's another word for it. I'm not. It's not the cursor because that's what your mouse. Uh, the mouse is the cursor. So I'm not sure what it would be called, but it was disappearing before, as if it was taking us out of the typing test. Okay, so what was I messed up on all three of those because I didn't press. Just looking for enter right there. Yeah, it's looking, but enter doesn't. It's not accepting enter right there, so I need to fix that, or it's not detecting the enter button being pressed, but it wants it. So we have to figure that out. Maybe it's because I'm on the Mac as well. So we'll take a look at that. Let's see. All right. So the only thing I want to do now is, he gave me two separate versions. I want to make sure it's using the working version. And I guess we take a look at it here. Mostly everything is going to be inside of our script.js or our script tag. If we look at our body tag, we have a div class container. Open it. We have another div class with the timer. Another div class. This is going to start our timer at 60 seconds, so a minute. Another div class which says text display. And then you have your input type. There's actually nothing inside of this. There's actually then you have your input. This is where we actually type. Then you have your stats. Stat box is going to tell you everything about the words per minute, accuracy, and errors. And then you have your start test button right here. So when you see div, it's essentially defining like a box, um, essentially, or a box area. Then you have your, so this is pretty much giving us, or when you write this, this is displaying everything. Okay. And then when you add the styling to it, this is what makes it look how it looks. So it makes it, gives it color, positions things accordingly. If we scroll back up here, it makes everything, kind of sitting in this white box right here, and then you have all of these sitting inside of the gray boxes here. You have the button blue, you have this looking how it looks, and you have these dots and these gray boxes for the spaces and things turning red and green. That's what the CSS is for. Then all the way down here, we have our script. So this is going to lay out exactly what the test that you're going to be able to do. Then we have a bunch of variables for different elements that we're targeting on the page. And we're using document query selector, and we're using the CSS selector of the element to target the element. There's a bunch of ways you can target elements, but that's just one of them using document query selector. But then we're creating a bunch of variables that are able to be modified. So for the different, what is this? So a Boolean for if the user is typing, a string for the current text. Then we have an index for the current character, number of mistakes, time left, and then we have a timer. Then we have a function to initiate the typing. We have a function to start the timer. So when you press the start button, this is going to essentially call start timer. Um, Same thing with initiate typing. It's going to initiate typing. Update stats is going to get called when you make a mistake or when you successfully type a character. Finish test is going to get called when the test is actually complete. So it's going to just clean everything up and set everything back to how it looked before we started. So you can actually start again. And then input area that adds, so we're adding two event listeners. So we're adding one to the input area. So this is going to listen for and capture you as you capture the characters you type. And then, so, as you delete things and as you make mistakes, as you type correct characters, it's going to capture all of that and essentially update the stats. And then here we have start button, add event listener. So this is going to initiate. So this is going to, when you click the start button, this is what's going to happen essentially. Okay. So it's going to remove the current styling. So make the button not look how it looks, like red out, and then you're going to see it's going to initiate the typing so you can start the test. So, did you see it's gone away? And bam. That's essentially all that's happening right there. I just refreshed the page. So I think we were waiting on something else to finish. Now let me see. So it always helps that you go through because you want to make, because when if the AI model starts making mistakes, you need to know what's happening so you can go in and remedy and fix whatever the mistake may be. Let's see if it fixed the issue with the return. So you know what? It actually introduced another bug. So now with the breaking thing, so I'm gonna tell it like, hey, you're introducing changes. Find out what that was. Let me know, and then fix it the right way. So I always like to know like what is it doing to introduce those breaking changes so I can like understand like how the AI is trying to go about doing what it's doing. Of course, I'm not going to go in here and find out what it broke. I'm just going to kind of go back to the last working functionality. You broke it, so you're going to go in here and fix it. This is all code that you wrote, so I'm going to make you cloud fit go in here and fix it, or whatever model, DeepSeek, whatever model we might be using. Um, Now, if I wrote the code, then it's a different thing. But even still, you have to go in and read the code and make sure that it's on the up and up because sometimes there can be a lot of weird stuff happening. And I will only know that because I worked extensively with these models, building out a bunch of different apps over the past few months, especially since leaving my position at CVS. So yeah, and even still, it actually still has breaking functionality. I'm not sure what it introduced. So it's still like, this is one of those points where like it's still introducing breaking changes. So this is like a point where you have to be like, okay, um, what are you doing? You know what I mean? So I don't even know how that ended up there. That's crazy. Oh, never mind. So let me see here. Don't worry about my prompts. Sometimes my prompts get a little bit wonky. So and if it doesn't work this time, then that's when you have to go in and you have to say, okay, let me add the entropy detection, or let me fix the entropy detection myself. Right, because this is actually a good. It's good that this is happening. This is actually really good. It's really good stuff. So yeah, I don't know what that is. It gave me like a. So we'll try this, and I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Look at that. I don't trust it. So yeah, we'll have to go in and fix this ourselves. Which is no biggie. It's no biggie. Make sure we're back on the working version. Okay, we're back on the working version. As I said before, but now it's probably time to take this into a an actual directory. Let me just take a quick look see. So we'll initiate the time update stats. Okay, so I think it's handle deletions. Okay. Enter text. Clear input for next character. Okay. If character index over under character length. If you're not typing, return. It's handle delete. So I think we have to add another variable here the um to capture the enter button. And then if the enter button is pressed, well, wait, hold on, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe it's something to do with like us being on Mac, cause I'm really not sure. I don't even see where that's like outlined in here. Random index inner.html current text.split.map. Well, this is a displayed text. Okay, so this is what's being displayed. Hmm. WPM text content equal WPM. Okay, this is the current text.slice, so that's characters, text display that corrects like they're all same. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure on that. I see that. Start typing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to analyze this some more. But for now, we have it um, to the point where it's at MVP. It works. So save this. It's gonna be our typing practice. You need to see where key detection is occurring, if at all. Okay, so all right. All right, let's take a little break. We're at an hour and 36 minutes. Oh man, we'll take another quick 10 minute and then we'll come back and what we'll do is we will work on our next leak code question is what we'll do. And then after that, we'll come back, we'll work on the MVP for our data visualizer, uh, using mock data for now, but then we'll work on, fetching real data related to software engineering and coding and tech. Okay, and then after that, we'll look at some roles on a few different platforms like LinkedIn and apply to some jobs live. Okay, so stay tuned. If you guys want to leave a chat, please feel free to do so. And I will be right. How did they sign in the chat? Sign in the chat. Okay, but anyways, close that. So I'll be right back, guys. Stay tuned to the stream, and I'll be right back. I need to create some kind of a message, some kind of a be right back message or a be right back jiffy to play in here. But I'll be right back. So let me see. Maybe there's a create like a pause page or something. And maybe we could do that. Maybe let's create a simple web page that says pause. Okay, so I'm actually gonna make that page right now because we got to do this a little bit more professional. So let's see. So we'll craft a be right back page. It's gonna have all of my social links right there, so you guys can just view it while I'm not around here. All right, so we'll go back. We have our pen saved, typing practice pen, so we'll just create a new pen, display this information. Bam, there we go. Be right back. Hello, hello. Okay, we are back. We are back. Welcome back to the stream. We're back. We're back. Now, when I left, I said when we came back, we're going to do some more leak code questions. So let's jump right into it. I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word. Let's move that over with. We were messing with our leak code questions on we were on Google Bard. Hold on, I have to save something over here. I gotta save something over on Bard. I got a summary that I got from over here from one of my YouTube videos. I need to save that. Need to save that real quick. Now we were using Bard for a bunch of different things. We're using Bard to help us solve. So let's go back where we go back and we before we go back and try to solve this. Oh, where'd our strategy go? Oh, this is a new chat. Open sidebar. So we had another chat for DeepSeek. So here's our strategy. Let me put this in. Let me put this somewhere for us. Place this somewhere. Yeah, I wonder if there's a note. There's a note taker for. I think it's notes.co. Well, I'll be thinking I know some stuff. I know you can use Shred. Let me see Shred. I just need like a simple online notepad to do too much for. Okay. All right. Perfect. This is perfect. This is perfect. Yeah, I want to keep everything over here. I don't want to use this side too much. Everything over here. Okay. So we had DeepSeek open. Okay. So now we're back. So, okay. So move this over here. So here's our process and our strategy for solving complex leak code questions. Okay. So we want to understand the problem. We want to break down. Let me format this a little bit better. We want to break down the problem. We want to write pseudocode, and then we want to implement the solution. Okay, just like we did last time. If you weren't in here last time, rewind it live. You'll see, or go watch it back. But we essentially solved the valid. I'm sorry, it was what is it called? Valid, yeah, valid palindrome. We solved the valid palindrome, which is an easy leak code question. Now we're gonna work on solving another one. Okay, and now so when we're going to use the same exact process and strategy, if you want this process and strategy for yourself, leave a comment down below and maybe I'll send it to you. That's how we're going to do that. Subscribe. Thanks. To view this question, you must unlock what? How much is premium for lead code? 13, 20, $35 per month when billed monthly. That there is no way lead code that I'm going to pay that for access to harder questions. I mean, there has to be another value benefit for me. So I'm gonna just pick a question that I have access to, because how do you know which ones are locked? I try to do the random. Let's see, let's do the random one again. Binary watch. Okay, this one is easy also. So binary watch. So a binary watch has four LEDs on the top to represent the hours 0 through 11 and six LEDs on the bottom to represent the minutes 0 through 59. Each LED represents a 0 or 1 with the least significant bit on. I actually have one of these binary watches sitting right here in front of me. Mine doesn't look exactly like this, but it does represent the same. It's just, yeah, essentially the same thing. So, given an integer turned on, which represents the number of LEDs that are currently on, ignoring the PM, return all possible times the watch could represent. You may return the answer in any order. The hour must not contain a leading zero. Wait, return all possible times the watch could represent. Okay, yeah. So the hour must not contain a leading zero. For example, the minute must consist of two digits and may contain a leading zero. For example, 10, 2 is not valid. It should be 1002. These are your constraints or rules. 0 turned on, less than 10. Example 2. Okay, so I'm gonna so when we worked on our first one, we weren't able to get some of our questions answered. So let's make sure we understand the problem. So okay, going back to our notes. Read the problem statement carefully. So a binary watch has four LEDs on the top to represent the hours and six LEDs on the bottom to represent the minutes. Each LED represents a 0 or 1 with the least significant bit on the right. So what do they want us to do? Find out all the possible times the watch could represent. Given an integer, turn on, which represents the number of LEDs that are currently on, ignoring the PM. So it's going to give her the number of LEDs currently on, and it wants us to return all possible times the watch could represent. The hour must not contain a leading zero. So what do we do with the integer? I don't know if this sounds like more of a math problem or what, but let me make sure I understand what it's asking me to do. So our input is going to be, output is going to be all possible times. So it's going to be an array of integers or an array of strings. And we know what our constraints are. I want to get clarity on this. Whoops. I didn't mean to put the constraints in there. So let me clarify this constraint right here. So this is the key difference. Now, turned on can be 0, meaning no LEDs are lit. This is a valid case you must handle. Valid hours and minutes. Hours must be 0 through 11, minutes 0 through 59. This remains crucial. No leading zeros. Hours don't have leading zeros. And then the output format. Okay. So we must also handle the case where the time is just equal to 0. And then our iteration logic needs to account for the possibility of 0 lit LEDs. So now that we have a good understanding of the problem, the constraints, and ambiguities. So now let's break down. So one of my ambiguities is how do we go about solving this problem using let me use my pseudocode. And then I want to say, is this accurate understanding of the problem? I just want to make sure I'm always getting feedback for my thinking process and how I can refine it. So that integer represents the number of LEDs that are turned on the binary watch. turned on. This is key. This is going to be an array of strings, not an array of integers. Okay. And this number will be between 0 and 10. So we need to generate all possible times that the watch could display given the number of lit LEDs. So take our so take turn on. So we need to iterate through all of the possible times, all possible hour and minute combinations. So we know we have the hours from 0 through 11, and then we have the 6 LEDs on the bottom, 0 through 59. We need to, we'll have two nested loops to iterate through all the possible combinations, essentially. So, um, then we need to count the number of bits since we're dealing with binary representations. Um, we need to create a helper function for this. And then we need to check if the bit count matches um, against the turned on value. Then we format the time, go to result, and return. Okay, so this was a little bit harder to work out because you don't necessarily know. This is more getting into math and not more logic. You have to know and understand what's needed here as far as like having to count the bits. So we have read. So let's create a variable to hold the end result. And then we're going to have one loop. This is 0 through 11 for the hours. Then we have another loop for the minutes. H for hours, M for minutes. If you guys don't know, understand what I'm doing there. It's not hard. Don't get caught up in all of the different operations. It looks a lot more complicated and fancier than it is. Once you understand how to read it, it's just like reading a book. So count set bits plus count set bits M. So we're going to use count set bits as the helper function to help us count the bits for the hours and the minutes. So create a string for the minutes. Plus M lowercase. So we're defaulting the hour to 0 if the minutes is less than 10, and setting it equal to the setting and putting it next to the actual minutes. Otherwise, we're setting it blank and adding it to the minutes. So then we'll push this with the hours over into. You can put it down over into we bring it in over into the result array that we created at the very beginning right here. Okay, then we'll go down and return the result. Okay, so now let's see. So we have our two nested loops. Okay, so let's create the helper function. So function count set bits. We'll take in a number equal 0. Number is bigger than 0. Take the number and equals n minus 1. Plus, we'll add to the count and then we'll return the count. This is going to count the bits. And now if we, I guess we could try to run this. Turn input is turned on equals 1. So then it gives us all the possible times that we can get for one LED being turned on. Yes, that one was a little bit more difficult, even though I said it was easy. So the read binary watch is the main function. We have two nested loops that iterate through all possible hours, first 0 through 11, then the minute 0 through 59. Then we have count set bits. Now this helper function is going to efficiently count the number of set bits in the binary representation of the number n or n. Now the n and equals parentheses n minus 1. This is a standard bit manipulation trick um, for specifically for this use case of counting bits. Then you have the conditional check. Check if the sum of the set bits in the hour and the minute equals uh, turned on. And then we're going to format the minutes with leading zeros up here. And then we're going to return, stores the valid times in the result array and returns it. Now to improve this, you can use bitwise operations rather than converting to binary strings or counting characters. Um, this approach is clear and efficient, and it solves the problem. So let's submit it. And okay, with that, I'm going to eat some pancakes, and I'll be right back in about 10 minutes, and we will attack another question. And then I wanted to take a look at some news regarding AI, software engineering, and just the tech space in general. So we'll take a look at some news articles and ensure we're caught up with the latest trends. And then from there, we'll keep figuring it out as we go. I actually have a plan. I'm building a plan as we go, and then each day we'll kind of refine this. But let's take a quick 5 to 10 minute break, and I'll be right back with you all. And we are back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Get this on out of the way. Unhide that. Now, I said when we came back, we're going to be actually taking a look at. Oh boy. Let's switch it up a little bit. Let's switch it up. Let's take a look at some roles. I'm not logged into LinkedIn on here, but trying to see. I guess on LinkedIn you can't really access. Let's just take a look at coding jobs. See, we'll just look on Google. I never actually looked on Google. Let's look at coding jobs. Okay, so these are all remote. Let's type in software engineering. Okay, so we have Collins Aerospace, 21 hours ago. This is via LinkedIn. Work from home, full-time health insurance, 82K to 164K a year. Now this is for a full stack developer, of which I am. We have Permit Flow. This is through ZipRecruiter, full stack software engineer, remote, full stack software front end software engineer, remote, Basque Health. Doesn't say when that one was posted. So you can see there's a few positions. Now let's change it up and type in entry. I know most of you guys are probably going to be entry level. So we have junior entry software developer, junior Java software engineer, junior Java software developer, or junior software developer, full stack developer hybrid, core software engineer, engineer, full stack web developer remote, IBM, entry level software developer 2025. For most of these, I'm going to be honest with you guys. For most of these, you're going to be better off. You need to. I'm going to start on. I'm going to apply to some of these, but I'm going to. You're not going to actually see me do it. Is the thing. But let me actually open up my LinkedIn. I'm going to take this off screen because there's a lot of personal information on the LinkedIn side. So when I apply to jobs, I like to try and keep that information more so on the private side. I've had my blog for about 7 months. Look at that. That's crazy. What's this? Have a few messages. Excuse me. Sheesh. So yeah, give me a second here, guys. We're just applying to some roles. We're just applying to some roles here. Uh, you know, I mean, do I think, you know, LinkedIn, first off, let's talk LinkedIn Premium, okay? Do I think LinkedIn Premium is worth it? Yes, I do, because I just do. Okay, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth getting. It's not that expensive if I mean, if you're making money, right? So it's not that expensive. Um, JavaScript developer over 3 weeks ago, 100 applicants. Applicant review is typically 3 days. Wait, we just dropped safety reminder. So you know what? I don't want to have to. You know what? LinkedIn. How are you gonna like? I almost got scammed on here, so it's like, is if this is a potential, I don't want to have to do any research. Like, why should I have to do any research to figure out if this is a scam job? Like, neuro. I mean, if it's a scam job, it shouldn't even be on here. There's no reason why you should have. You guys should be doing research to make sure that that scam people aren't on here. You know what I mean? Because I almost got scammed on here. I thought LinkedIn was like reputable, more reputable than like Indeed and other platforms. Now I found a job for a senior front end engineer. Uh, ooh, this looks very cool as well. Let's see who's this. I don't know. She looks kind of weird. Off-road autonomous vehicles to provide tactical advantage. Oh my gosh. Okay. But this is only a front end position. Wow, this is cool. I might have to apply to this. Let me put this on my save. Did I apply already? I applied 1 day ago already, so okay, over 100 applicants. I might have to that's why it's good on LinkedIn, because uh you want to follow up. I've applied to most of these. This is senior full stack, mostly front end engineer, profitable AI startup. Okay. That's my email. Oh, I need to update my resume. Oh boy. Okay. Full stack engineer. Yeah, so a lot of the LinkedIn positions, I'm just, going through, I'm hitting easy apply. Um, I'm doing those, I'm kind of getting those out of the way, because are a lot of those are just easy to do. Um, like I said, you want to make sure that your portfolio is top notch. You know what I mean? These videos, these live streams I'm doing every day for about 6 hours, these are definitely going to help, because not only do you see that, that I am someone that, is developing on a day-to-day basis, in a multitude of areas, right? But, you can also see how, if, I would be a good fit for what you have going on, or, your situation as far as, your workplace environment, and the atmosphere, you know what I mean? Because I'm not I'm not for everyone, right? I'm not someone who is like, I'm just myself, and I don't know. I'll just say in my last position, to be honest, I felt like, if the workload is low, there should be no reason why I'm wanting to leave a job or to exit my position where I'm getting paid a good amount of money and the workload is low. Like, my workload was literally very low um at CVS, and I was contracted. But the thing is, there shouldn't be an issue where I'm feeling like I'm being harassed because of the whole pair programming, quote unquote. And I got I have doing the air quotes with my fingers there because, the whole pair programming thing is initially what was the disruptor and the causer of it. It's like if that's the workplace atmosphere that everything is centered around, is like you forcing me to just be chained with someone. There was even an instance where uh I was researching something and I was like, I don't know, I didn't really need there was no need for me to be in a meeting with said engineer, and it's like that engineer was almost, using language almost in the sense of like trying to hold me hostage just because they have seniority as far as tenure being in the position or being with the company. They're and the motto of the company is pair programming. So I've never seen that, and this is the thing with certain, I want to say certain policies and paradigms in tech is like certain things can be weaponized in the workplace and used for less of a better word. It's like, political reasons, it's just small drama, inner workplace nuances and drama that might take place. And people sometimes use their positioning to overtalk others, for example, right? To cut people off. You know what I mean? These are things that people don't talk about much, but being someone who sort of left, I mean, like I said, I'm all about honesty and transparency and integrity, and I'm just going to always be myself and bring that to whatever atmosphere I come into. And so I'm not someone to walk on eggshells. So if I have to walk, read in between, if I have to like walk in between the nuances of a situation just for a paycheck, I'd rather not be there, which is why I decided to leave ultimately. It's like I was continuously being harassed and forced, regardless of what I brought to the table, I'm being forced to, it's like a forceful collaboration, and there's not even any code being, there wasn't any code that had to be written for another 3 months. So it's just absurd. It's just absurd that people can act in such an immature fashion. Um, when we're, like I said, when you're getting paid 5 to 6 figures and you have a job that you likely, it makes you somewhat happy, right? I mean, I just don't understand it. But as I said, my happiness always comes before anything else, and like I said, that was the main reason for that. I wish everyone best at the end of the day, but like I said, it just goes to show you that, in that, it's things can be very unfair, and I don't know. I'm not gonna say unfair, but you shouldn't have to consistently combat with like other people, right? And you're in this human community. We should all be trying to help one another. We shouldn't. I understand this is a capitalist society, and of course we compete, but I mean, just we should always be trying to help your fellow man. I mean, you know, um, I'm someone who has a bunch of different health ailments. I was hospitalized back in December of 2023. Um, so I mean, just the fact that I had to continuously like, and stress was one of the main inducers of the condition that I have. And so just to continuously be put in stressful situations, knowing with this being known, it just really didn't make any sense, and ultimately, you know, it caused me to have to leave my workplace because it was a stress inducing environment and no one wanted to work with me. So I mean that in itself is just it's a crazy thing, and I don't know. I really don't know. But if you're ever in a similar position, then you have to decide like, hey, like, do I just continue, with this or whatever? I mean, understand that you always have to do what's best for you in your situation, but try and put your health first. Um, that's what I would always say. Try and put your health first. So I think I've ranted long enough. I think sometimes companies or organizations need someone who's going to kind of break down some of those, nuances or barriers and kind of just cut straight to the point and just, call out things that need to be called out. I mean, I think we all sometimes need that one person in the group who's going to just like, hey, like just like, hey, look, we just need to just be truthful about this and just cut straight to the point and just say, look, let's all just, we all need to do better, right? So I'm over here applying to positions. It's quite amazing to me because I often see front end developer positions, with such high salaries. I mean, and full stack is something that I do so well, and it requires so much work. If if someone out there watches, I'm going to post this on my LinkedIn. If someone out there watches this to its entirety, I would love a front end based position. Um, I would love a front end based position. I mean, I would just to be able to work in or strictly API based position because having to work on a full stack application, especially by yourself, this is mostly coming from like working on these kinds of applications by myself and maintaining them. It can be quite a lot of work. It's almost worth, I think this is what's going to be one of my strategies going moving forward, but it's almost worth opening if you have any large projects as a solo developer. I mean, if the content or the code isn't super proprietary, I mean, just open source it. I mean, why not just open source it? Host some sort of a hackathon and get people involved in helping you build out what it is that your goal is, and then also that you can also help other engineers get their names out there, contribute with other engineers, and so it'll be a win-win. So that's also something that I'm considering doing with some of my projects I have hosted is open sourcing a lot of them and just getting other folks, you know, of course, documenting them well so that other folks can come in, even those who are newbies, come in and contribute in an effective way without necessarily having to have a meeting. Because I'm all about, things being very textual, right? So learning being very textual and rather than us having like constant meetings or pair programming and also things being very like asynchronous. So us being able to work on the same project without having to necessarily be on at the same exact time, right? So I work on a few things, then you get on, you work on a few things, and where you're able to kind of continue and follow each other just based off of documentation, code commits, pull requests, PRs. Maybe we're having a meeting like once a week. You know what I mean? Sessions as needed. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. So, let's see. Apply for that. Select an option. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, one thing I have to add to the list that we're applying for quite a few positions. I'm going to go and try and list all of these out. So I think, yeah, I gotta stop putting my well, yeah, I mentioned credit key. So I like to apply for, roles where, the person has a, you have to be careful with some of the blockchain roles. Those sometimes those can be, a lot of where the scams are aimed. So I like to check out, who the hiring team is, kind of see what they have, if they have premium and whatnot, and just kind of gauge if it's actually a legitimate opportunity. Like looking at the company as well. JesusFiles.com. And okay, this one wants a little bit more questions, so I'll save that one. So yeah, so we'll spend about the next 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes just applying to some positions. I have another resource I'm gonna put you guys onto. It's a resource for applying to jobs. Let me pull it up here. Let's see. Okay. See pricing schedules. Oh boy, so much different stuff. That Platter rolls daily. Oh, I think I already have this one open. Yeah, I think it was called Remote Rocket. Yeah, it was called Remote Rocket Ship or something like that. Let's see. Here it is. Found the file I was looking for. Wait, this isn't it. Tricking me. I have a video about it called Remote Rocket Ship, but I don't have it in a file. I don't have it in my log. That's strange. 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 Let me look at my logins. I sure don't. You know, it's quite something. That's quite something. But no biggie. It's Remote Rocket Ship. It might be linked to my Google. Sure is. It's called Remote Rocket Ship. You log in. Enter your email. We'll send you a verification code. So yeah, I think I'm logged in. Let me make sure. I might be logged in with my other email. Okay, so we're logged in. Um, cancel subscription. I still got a subscription. Yeah, it's like $7. It's like $7. Let me show you guys really quickly. I don't think I'm logged in. Here, we'll keep open up a new tab for it. All right, so I'll put you guys on to something new really quickly. Okay, so it's called Remote Rocket Ship. Search 70,000 plus jobs, work from home jobs, and get more job interviews. All right. Oh boy. Oh, he says we don't have an active subscription. Yeah. Oh, it might have gotten canceled by itself. Yeah, 79 days ago I had an invoice due. So I need to pay that before I can move forward with my subscription. Let me actually pay that really quickly. Okay, pay this real quick. Oh man. Yeah, this is I'm pretty tired. This is gonna be hard. Where we at? We're at 2 hours and 53 minutes. Coming up on 3 hours. About halfway through the day. We're gonna do 6 hours today. I guess we can do 8 hours. We're gonna do 6 hours because I don't know if I can do eight. It just depends. I'm getting pretty tired. I'm not gonna lie. But we still got a lot of stuff to do. It's just hard to talk at the same time, so I might get a little bit quiet. We'll see. We're doing good. And after this, we got another 6 hour shift to put in. Uh, so work never stops. So now we can pay our invoice. I'm gonna use Google Pay if it works, which it did. Always download your receipt. And now I'm gonna go see if I can go back here. Hopefully it doesn't show my information. So it's saying no active subscription was found. Still, okay, I paid those already. Okay, so now I can manage my subscription. I don't have any more unpaid invoices. All right, so maybe it just takes a second for that thing to go away. So anyways, it's called Remote Rocket Ship. Now we'll keep going. I got a bunch of different jobs. There's even a content creator job for TikTok and Instagram. You know, you can create TikTok and Instagram reels for snack lovers globally. So if you love snack, it's a job right there for you. There's no way. This is a remote job in Finland. I'm gonna save this one. I'm gonna send this one to somebody I know who loves snacks. Let's see if we can go up and filter these out by job title. Let's see. I saw AI engineer up there. We'll look at that one in a second. All right, so 11 minutes ago we had a lead Java full stack engineer. This is in Romania, remote, senior backend engineer, full time, Spring Boot, Spring, Jenkins. Don't sleep on some of these jobs that are like in some of these other countries. because there's lots of innovation happening all around the world globally, and so you want to make sure you're not just marketing yourself out wherever you're based. You want to be marketing globally. The world is a big place, you know what I mean? Even if you may have to travel. We have a back-end developer. Okay, this is for looks like a info tip service. Then we have full stack developer Java. We have a senior back-end engineer, right? We have a tech lead developer for Python. And if you wanted to, you can go up here and you can filter to just the United States, right? You know, we see 9 hours ago. Talamus, GME. Then we have Cloud Linux, Java OSS Community Outreach Manager. So, then we have Senior Java Developer, .NET Developer for Harbor.ai. No degree required. Look at that. So this is a very, very good resource for jobs, guys, that I'm bringing to you here. Senior Software Engineer Backend for this is for Oscar Health. Then we have Tailscale Backend Engineer Core VPN, right? We have a senior Node.js backend developer, right? Then we have Excella senior Java developer, staff backend engineer for Airbnb, right? Don't be afraid of these titles, guys. If you have to at some point you're gonna become a senior. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not sure why my membership is my membership should not say that. Yeah, it looks like no such subscription. I just paid my freaking invoice that was unpaid, so I guess that didn't matter. I need to just pay a new invoice. So, let me cause that's messed up. And what's crazy is that they're gonna make me freaking, even though I just did this, they're gonna make me freaking put my card in. Give me 1 second here. I gotta pay again. I gotta pay $12 so I can actually see more jobs. Like I said, guys, when you find something that it doesn't cost a whole lot, you gotta use your money wisely. So this isn't a significant investment. It's $12, and like I said, I'll have access to a plethora of more jobs. So I think I'm logged in with my email here. So let me make sure. Let me go back because remote rocket ship. It's like I can manage my subscription, but it's like I don't know. They don't even have an official email. You know what I mean? So it's like, looking at it right here, but it's like it's okay. This is a very easy job, very easy. This is an example of a very easy uh website that you guys can create using public data sources, and then you could charge people for it. You put paywall it and allow people to log in and create accounts. Boom. Now you have an app. So let me actually pay $6 more. They're saying I don't have an account. And I don't feel like jumping on email because that is not my thing. Or I just don't have time for it right now. Too much to do. So CVC. I'm just entering my card information. Give me one sec. All right, now hopefully this works, and I don't have to, be email anyone to get my funds back or enter your email. We'll send you a verification code. Okay. Welcome to Remote Rocket Ship. I've been a part of you guys. I haven't paid in a while because I forgot about it, to be honest. I signed up for this right when I left my previous position. Okay, so now we have, let me make sure we have, so now we have the ability to, so here's how it looks when you have the ability to look at all of the jobs. Let's go to page 2. Make sure our search is still okay. So these are all back end positions. So that's what's good about this. Uh, yeah, actually, my head. Okay. So these are all back end positions. Now they're all senior positions as well. Let me see if we can filter by experience. Now we'll go to, okay, so now we only see two entry level jobs that are for development. And these were so one was posted 5 days ago, one was posted November 10th. So I'm not sure how relevant this one still is. That was an internship. Then they have a back end software engineer intern. So this was $50 an hour. That was a great internship. Let's see. But they separate the entry level and the junior level job. So if you come here to junior level, you'll see Harvard.ai is a junior level position. No degree required, no degree required, Python engineer, data integration. So a lot of these, they'll probably be more willing to work with you, right? Especially the ones that say no degree required, junior.net developer. As long as you have some kind of, experience, and that one was actually posted yesterday. This one was posted, junior C++ audio plugin developer. And they offer healthcare insurance. You have oh, this actually still looks pretty cool to be honest. Then you have junior Python developer for Phoenix Cyber. This is cybersecurity. Then you have software engineer for Java. You have a C Sharp.net developer, software engineer 2, API developer. So once again, you need to focus on improving your skills. If you don't have anything on your portfolio that says, like if I go to my portfolio right now, everything on my portfolio says like I know how to do such and such. If you don't have skills on, if you don't have products like this, like if you were someone who built this, even though it's very simple, you built this, you can say, yeah, I built this site too that helps people find jobs easier or aggregates jobs. There's a paywall and it's very simple. And this guy probably makes millions from this a month or at least, 6 figures. So this is probably generating lots of revenue for this guy, even though it's just $6 a week. 'Cause look how quickly I just paid for it. You have to, so it's like, this is very useful to somebody and it's not very cost effective. So anyways, this is a resource. I'm going to close this out now because I'm actually going to go ahead and start working on. Did we submit this already? So yeah, we finished up that problem. Whoa, I do not like the light mode. Go back to our account. I like to look at my account so I can see how many problems I've solved. 29. Okay, we're about to hit the big 30. Okay, you guys can come to aidevnow.com for courses, of course. And let's see. Let me actually check some emails. I'm going to apply to these next few jobs and then I'm going to go and check some emails. So bear with me. Ugh. So let me see. I had to mute myself really quickly. So let's see. So I have to update this now. I have to update the daily to-do list. So we're going to check remote rocket ship. I'm going to apply to at least, I applied to at least 3 roles. Let me see. I applied to at least 0 done. I gotta check and see how many roles I applied to. We gotta go back. Jobs, applied. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we did 10 easy applies. I'm not gonna count those. So we're gonna do 3 regular on LinkedIn. Then we're gonna do 3 regular on remote rocket ship. There's another one too that I'm not telling you guys about, because I forgot the name. I'll share it with you guys probably on tomorrow's live. I'll share it with everyone so you guys can get that resource as well, so you can start applying for. The key is you have to, you have to outwork your peers. You know, yeah, I applied to at least actually more than that. I applied to in like 20 easy applies. Okay, then we need to check Upwork. We need to complete 1 job on Upwork. Now the thing about Upwork is just because you don't get accepted for your just because your proposal doesn't get accepted for the job doesn't mean you can't complete it. Okay. So that's one thing, because if you're someone, even though I don't necessarily need these jobs on my portfolio, documenting everything as far as my software engineering process is integral. It's important. So that's the thing. You have to learn to try and set yourself apart from other engineers. You know, there's engineers who think that, oh, because I'm not working at a job, I don't have a way to create content. When it's like, well, you can easily build out a plan for yourself of like, okay, these are a bunch of things that I want to build over the next year, over the next month, and then proceed to like, okay, how can I start to build these things? It's very easy. It's not very easy, but it's very easy to get started and to make a plan. That's the first step. So we'll complete at least 1 job on Upwork. These are all things we have to get done daily. So let me see. We've already gotten 2 questions done on LeetCode. I forget what the other question we did was called. We also created a typing web app where we created an MVP for a typing web app. So we're making great progress, I would say. The one thing I do want to do also is data visualization, and I want to create a simple MVP app for some data visualization using some mock data. And then I think that's it. Well, that's not it, but let's see. We have our notepad. Okay. And then I want to apply. Yeah, I already got the jobs. Okay, so I think that I gotta reply to emails. Let's see. So reply. This is just stuff that just chores. Reply to emails, and we'll do all of this on stream because you guys, it's just part of the process. Then we need to reply to emails, messages, schedule meetings. Also, I gotta schedule my content as well, blog posts and such. Okay, so those are all things we do in the background. So news. my man. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Trying to find some of the more interesting news. It's a 5 minute read. And I'll go use the restroom in just a second, and we'll come back. See, yes, session. Hmm. Yeah, this is all news pertaining to web security. Yeah, we haven't really started to dive into that yet. So I'll have to, I'll have to get you guys acclimated to all of that before we just dive in. New login location. Okay. Let's see. I'm looking for. There it is. Is this the latest? There's no way. There hasn't been one that's come out for today. It's crazy. Okay, so null pointers. This is a 12-minute read. How images are really stored. 42 minutes. So yeah, let's see. The modern way to write JavaScript servers. Hmm. Hmm. Articles and tutorials. Yeah, not a lot of good articles that I can see. Everybody's stuck on the DeepSeek OpenAI kind of face off right now, so I don't see many other news articles really coming out. Okay, so yeah, this one is a little bit when you're getting into null pointers and all of that. This one is a little bit more technical. Hmm, is 96% good enough? Yeah, maybe we'll skip the news for today. I don't see any good news articles. Maybe if I go on Google, maybe I'll find a few. Yeah, that's crazy. Normally, and I'm looking at TLDR for those who are wondering. Yeah. Oh. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I guess we can look at some hackathons. That's a good one. Dev post. That's a good one. Actually, that's a good one. That's a good one because I've been meaning to actually get. You know what? So let me actually go use the restroom, and then I'll be right back. And oop, I might have found something. Snacks. No, this is. I guess we can take a look at that. So I'll be right back. We'll take a look at some news articles, then we'll take a look at some more coding questions, solve some coding challenges for the remaining. I want to say 1 to 2 hours. And we're gonna try to do 6 hours today, but we're gonna make it very productive, and we're gonna show you guys how to live this software engineering life. You can't always depend on the job to grind out here. You got to just come up with your own grind and do your thing. Start streaming, start going live, do your thing, start, more importantly, start coding, start building. If you want to document it, cool, but you got to make sure you start building first and foremost. So that's what this whole thing is, just so for me to start documenting what I do on a daily basis and start letting you guys into that and educating you guys on how you guys can become more independent as software engineers, coders, programmers, and people who work with aspirations to work in tech in general, right? Whether you're working for yourself, working for someone else, just out here hustling, for lack of a better term. But I'll be right back. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere. Find my be right back thing. Drag that over. Okay, I am back. Hope sound quality is still good. Had to adjust the microphone a bit. Move it a little bit closer. Let me see. You know, this is a lot more comfortable for me. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. So I think it's good. If it's not, then I'll double check it after the stream. So, so what we want to do is, you get some music on for this. So we want to continue. I want to apply to these jobs. I had a couple of I had an idea while I was gone, which was I wanted to look at some hackathons and see beginner friendly. Okay, so if we come over here, we can see a whole list of hackathons. $0 in prizes. Low no code. 14 days left. It's $3,444 in prizes. Youth Pioneers in STEM. Then you have Ingenium STEM Winter Hacks. About 2 months left, about 3 months left. So you see there's a bunch of different hackathons taking place. This one is discussing robotics. I'm not sure how many of these are like actually this one's ending soon. This is $10,000 in prizes. It's the power of digital ID in Africa through use cases. So this is only for college students. Okay. Kind of getting going. 20 days left. 68 participants. Digital Jam. 58 participants. Let's take a look at this one. Above legal age of majority in country of resident students only. I keep seeing all of these say students only. Let me see if we can filter that out. Let's try online. Well, I'm seeing a lot of students only. Let's stay open to the public. Um, do I have to apply these filters for them to? So showing hackathons. Okay, so I see this is a blockchain hackathon. 29 days left. Take a look at this one. Open ended. Taking a while to load up there. Do, 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 do. Okay, so here's one that's not student only. So Electronium is a Solidity and Viper compatible chain. You can easily get started building with tools you're already familiar with. Okay, so here are the hackathon sponsors. What to submit? Build a working software application that integrates with the Electronium blockchain. Share your progress and collect feedback within the Electronium community, Discord or X. Document your efforts with your submission. Judges will take into account social feedback about your project. Okay, so this one ends March 7th, $52,000 in prizes. First place winner gets $10,000 in ETN. So this is one, I'm gonna actually put this one on my list. Go back. These are all upcoming. Blossom Hack, Mind the Gap, Makathon. These are all the online ones, and these are all the online ones that are beginner friendly. Now let's take off the beginner friendly tag, and let's see predictive AI in healthcare. This one is, this one has a lot of participants. This one looks like it's available to anyone. Uh, $25,000 in price. We are not accepting additional applications. For judges, thank you for your interest. Does that mean the application is over or what? No. Additional applications for judges. Does that mean you can't join this hackathon? Maybe you have to join it in order to actually participate. See me, I'll just join. I'll just do the hackathon without like an official submission. So this one has a bunch of different requirements. You do get cash for winning this one. Mm, Issues submitted by 2 will be showcased and voted on in the registration group by Biden. So it might not be too late to join. The first thing you want to do is always come here and try to actually join the hackathon first. I don't even think I have a DevPost account, so that might be the first solution for me. Is to let me actually put that on my to-do list. Create a DevPost account, check hackathon. Okay, these are all very interesting, so I'm just looking around at the different ones. Did we take off that filter? We did. Still, these are only this is submission date. Hmm. Climate change makers. So yeah, these are all just great opportunities either way. Um, just to get you some experience. 14 days left, 20 days left. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but I'm gonna submit for all of these. Um, or as many as I can. I'm probably gonna start from the top. I think I already have one up here that I'm going to act. Well, that's the dual electronium. I'll take a look at it, but I'm looking for one that's more beginner friendly. This is Youth Pioneers in STEM. I think that's more for the um machine learning. Just next AI. But let's see. See, this one is students only. Oh, it says open to students, developers, and AI enthusiasts worldwide. So yeah, this is something I might get into. Build and submit your ML powered solution before the deadline. So project demo, GitHub repository, technical documentation, flowchart. Okay. Yeah, this one doesn't have any. This is more just like for bragging rights. Project gallery. My projects. Can you see the participants, or do you have to log in? So I think this is nice to kind of get your accolades up. Next AI hack. Students only, open ended. Yeah, it says students only, please. They want you to join the Discord. DVD. This one is for students only. 1 trillion agents hackathon. This is the near protocol, 24 days left. This is another blockchain hackathon. Build your own bot. Who's hosting? This is Omvi. I don't know what that is. Mm, Space and economics. Let me just take a look at all of these just to satisfy the curiosity I have. Machine Learning X. Yeah, I don't know what Omni is. I like the blockchain ones because they allow pretty much anyone to um, contribute. DeFi track winners, social media track winners. Okay, interesting. Okay, I see to build your own AI chatbot. Is this one open for, this one is students only? Customer support, entertainment, you get a certification. So yeah, I'm not sure why all of these are like students only, ages 13 plus only. Space hack, students only, economics, 13 plus only. That means anyone that's above the age of 18, yeah, okay, perfect. So economics. Who's economics? Judges. Districts manager, okay. Okay. Senior data scientist at Starbucks. Oh, no way. Oh, well, this is cool. This hackathon is open-ended and beginner-friendly hackathon about missions covering a wide range of economic and financial topics. Would you look at that? So this is another hackathon. This is 4 more months to the deadline. So June 15th, 2025. Definitely going to participate in this one as well. I'm going to add all of those to the list. Now, let's see here. There was a couple of jobs that I wanted to continue to apply for. So what I'm going to do is slide this off to the side. Hmm. Another thing, in as far okay, so I have my hackathons here. Let me see. I gotta list these out. So another key thing or key component too that we want to make sure we pay attention to with coding and being in tech is what's happening in the media. I'm just gonna type in tech. So I'm just gonna type in tech jobs, and we're gonna go through some of this right here after I we just log all of these. So it's Hackonomics 2025. This one a little bit far out. This one is. Oh, this is for the media protocol. This is not what we're gonna participate in per se, but then we have this other one. I'm still not clear if this is open to students, developers, and running worldwide. This is machine learning extreme and advanced. So we'll see. Then we have the electron hackathon. Okay. Now I wanted to look. This is dev post. Let me go to Google. Let me see. I know dev. They have Major League Hacking. They have a lot. They have a lot of events. This is global hack. Posting online. Okay, so Global Hack Week is starting, it's actually starting tomorrow till February 13th. That's something I want to get involved in. So this is getting into events and, marketing and networking. So, if you want to set yourself apart once again, um, this is something you want to do. You want to make sure you're just getting involved and getting into the community. This is a digital only hackathon, um, where you can connect with other like-minded software engineers, who do the same thing that you do, and so it works out. And we have Global Hack Week in March. That's going to be focused on the cloud. There's a lot of these that take place, like, throughout just different cities and states. They essentially have a Global Hack Week, um, every month, I want to say. These are the past events. So yeah, I'm definitely going to attend this. And then March 7th is another one. I'm about to actually sign up and register right now. I don't want to miss these. So yeah, if you want the links to these, let me know. This is the one on April 11th. Um, like I said, it's very good to get involved. These are also things you can add to your portfolio that you took part of. Especially if these are events where you're contributing code and whatnot. Okay, so global. What I was actually looking for hackathon, so it's nice that I actually found that. I think DevPost is like one of the only um, hackathon like aggregator. So give me 1 second, guy. I'm just looking at the sales and on February 13th. What is this? They have a Developer Week hackathon, the nation's largest challenge driven hackathon. So it's from January 27th to February 13th. Then you have February 12th, 13th, in person and awards online. My question is it too late to register? That's what I want to know. You have to register on DevPost, register on Eventbrite below, then you have to register on DevPost, then you have to review the hackathon instructions. So I don't know if it's too late to register for this. I mean, there's only a few days left, so I mean, what do you have to build for this? This is an in-person team to be formed on DevPost. Teams can build apps from scratch. Teams can solve no challenge. You can build whatever you want. You can submit. There'll be 2 rounds of judgment. Do you have to have a team? Uh, yeah, I don't know. But I like to submit to these. If you're able to register, then I always like to say just go ahead and submit. Don't worry about all the other stuff. So I'll see you January 27th, hackathon work. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and register for this one as well. There's lots of stuff going on. I didn't even know about all this stuff. That's why you gotta stay. This is why you want to stay tuned to our channel because we're gonna keep you abreast of everything you need to know. So this is the developer week, right? You probably didn't even know this was going on. So, especially if you don't have a position right now, you want to make sure you're doing as many of these things as you can. You don't want to be sitting around on your butt like, oh man, somebody hire me. Especially when the market is not as great, it's not as good as it can be right now. If it's in a little bit of a hole. You can't sit here and think that, you're going to be the exception. You can, but, you got to put some action behind that just in case, So, date location. This is hack for hackers. Behind this, all are eligible. What is this? This is hack for hackers. January 3rd to 5th. This is already over. So, okay, July 6th. So I think a lot of these are one, two, time you have. A lot of these like are. So these are the ones that are. This is February. So I think those weren't online. But they have one coming up. Let's see. What is this gonna be? Ag Tech Hackathon. Kind of a workshop. March 1st all day. When did it meet? Enterprise work. 60 days. What is that? I don't even look after my state. I'm just. Okay, this is another one. The Ag Tech Hackathon. Let's see. Let's see. There's a few in April. I don't see any online ones here on this resource airman. Uh, but they do have some listed if you're open to travel. Like this one here is going to be at Enterprise Works. Sponsorships are available. Contact blah. I believe this is more of like one that's for college students. Code days. Let's see. Monday. See February 6th. Decompile ethics of integrity. Are these hackathons or these events? World Conference. So this is the World Conference on Cybersecurity and Ethical Hacking is occurring in Thailand, Bangkok, Friday, Saturday, February 2025, 7th and 8th. Then let me see. Time to I think these are conferences. Kids coding, block coding. This is in Brooklyn. Okay. So yeah, I see lots of events. Um, online edition available. This is Linux Foundation's open source forum. This is a conference. Where is this taking place at? This is in Burbank. And we have a workshop right here. IT Defense Conference School Hackathon. Oh, what is this? This is actually coming up. 500,000 delegates not verified. It's like a Mason convention. Here it is. I have to look up more information about that. I have no idea about this. Check official website. Let me Google. Let me do a quick Google search on this. I have no idea what that is. Okay, take a look at this. Okay, no way. This is that's occurring on Twitter. What about this? Oh, the hell? Alrighty. So I found an interesting event. I'm just taking some notes about it. Yeah, I found so there's lots of resources that I was using to find this information. I'm gonna share that with you guys inside of my private group. Introduction to Python. Just drop a comment if you want any of these resources. Introduction to Python using Anaconda. Hmm, see if I can sort by location. Okay, I think we found a good amount of events. I'm really good at building these lists, but now I gotta freaking follow through and apply on all of these things. Uh, I'm looking at the World Conference on Cybersecurity and Ethical Hacking. Now, this is taking place this weekend. This is a World Conference. I think it's just taking place. Yeah, it's happening tomorrow and Saturday. So, this is something, like I said, if you're able to fly out, this is something I would definitely fly out to. Uh, you know, see, I can't see any of the speakers or anything like that. The World Conference on Cybersecurity and Ethical Hacking, WCCSDH, is a prominent event that brings together experts in the field to exchange research findings on cybersecurity, warfare, and information warfare. Okay, so, this is something that I would attend just being in the space, but I'm not going to be able to attend this year since it's such good. Then we have the virtual workshop. Then we have this. Then we have that. There was an Apple. Apparently, iPhone 16 is not driving as much sales as they thought it would, being the AI phone. Interesting. A lot of the articles get into stuff that we don't really cover on this channel, so we'll leave that alone. Let's see. What have we done today? Let's kind of go over. I wanted to talk about some more of the trends in tech right now, including like their trends as far as like people thinking that there's a video here actually I just found. It says the title of this video is "The Tech Job Market is Cooked." I wanted to just show you guys this video. You stand out. You might not be able to hear it. You might not be able to hear this video, but I want to share it and I'll kind of discuss what he's talking about and give my opinions on it. But it's an interesting video that I wanted to listen to because this guy's a senior data scientist at the company behind AdBlock. And so he's breaking down why the tech job market is a mess right now and what you can actually do about it. So, in a gist, in a gist, let me just watch a little bit of it. It's only 9 minutes, and I'll stop and give you guys tidbits as we go along. Job ratio is fucked up right now. There are more people than ever doing STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, right? And there are fewer jobs than ever because we're not in a ZERP era anymore. Money is expensive, so hiring unnecessarily is a cost on your company. So you're not going to frivolously hire every single graduate just so that other people can't have them and so that you build up your talent pool and then you can nurture these people up. No, money is expensive now. You don't have the resources to go and willy nilly hire 100 graduates where now you only actually need 10 more people than. So I'm not sure if you guys can hear, but pretty much money is tight right now for companies. I mean, with inflation, with just everything going on in America and globally, money is tight right now for a lot of people. And so it's not easy to just go out and, you know, use some money for hire a bunch of people, fresh college graduates or fresh talent. A lot of a lot of companies and organizations are being very careful with how they utilize their financial assets and their financial resources, especially when acquiring talent, especially nowadays. Than ever are completing degrees, completing STEM degrees, and they all want these six-figure tech jobs coming out of
university, and it's going to be a difficult battle. Number two, because so many people are graduating.
Yeah, and then he speaks to everyone's competing for, this six-figure salary. This is why I get into for those of you who are aspiring developers or just developers in general. You have to get into. I was never someone who was like, oh man, I'm going to learn this skill and I'm going to use it to go and get a job. I've been a developer for 10, 11, 12, 13 years before I started to think like, oh man, this guy's getting paid $100,000 for this. Let me go and see if I can get a job. Like I was just, like I said, I was just being a solopreneur before I even knew that the term existed, right? I learned to code a while back just so that I can build my own websites and build my own products. Eventually with the end all be all product being building products at the highest level, which is software engineering, right? When you get into building software and then now you can ship that as a product, right, via e-commerce or whatever. Now you're getting into selling products at the highest level because you can sell software in so many different ways and, um, make a ton of money. Use it. It's not your typical like e-commerce. It's like we've all like I'm not gonna say we've all, but there's some of us who started in like drop shipping and stuff like that. So especially me, being an entrepreneur on the internet, I've done almost everything you can think of as far as trying to get money on the internet. So being in software engineering now, I understand this is the highest level of this is the ultimate end all be all. Um, as far as like if you actually care about creating projects that have an impact and making a lot of money doing it. You want to be a software engineer, um, in my opinion. And then also besides just that, then there's also the caveat of like now you can also get paid, a six-figure salary just to build, on products of that magnitude, right? So it's more of like a caveat to me. It's like, well, you're gonna pay me. I'm always like, man, I have to build this product and then, I'll get the results or I get the reward. But once I figured out that I can just go and get a job coding every day and make, you know, 1,500 to 3,000 per week, I was like, dude, there's no way. Like, I mean, come on. Like, why am I working harder, not smarter? I should just go and get me a nice, comfy gig somewhere because it's obvious that I know what I'm doing. I build projects all day long by myself. It's just I never had the degree and the professional uh what is that accreditation behind it, and then once I actually got a job and once I actually got into the tech industry, it was crazy because then folks started noticing quickly how like, I got certified twice in 1 year, or twice in with just a span of a few months. So you start to quickly see that like, oh man, well, is it that some people just don't like the structure of, traditional schooling and how it's set up and with all the stuff that's recently come out. I mean, a lot of the stuff with university is a lot of these kids are not even a lot. I want to say a lot of these kids aren't as honest as they make themselves out to be. You know, um, so just because someone has a degree doesn't necessarily mean that they're capable of performing or doing a job. Especially if they might have cheated or kind of finessed their way through school, which is often what you can do in some of these universities, right? So, and then as far as the whole debacle with testing and test scores that recently came out a few years back. So I mean, there's always these nuances around having a degree versus being self-taught, and I would argue that being self-taught to me, as long as you can prove that you being self-taught actually means that you can build things and you're a self-starter and I can rely on you to solve problems. That's all I would care about as a founder. If you didn't have if you as long as you didn't call me every single time there's a problem, and as long as you weren't putting band-aids on problems that require actual solutions and fixes, I would give you complete creative control over just doing a job, right? Just do your job. As long as I know that you work to a certain standard, right? And as far as like best practices and modular structure and all that kind of stuff. As long as I can go back, as long as I can go back in and read what you're doing, and it makes sense and it's secure. I don't care one way or another, or, about, as far as like how many breaks you're taking or any of the small nuances. So that's one thing that that's just me. So let's continue with the video.
from STEM degrees. The average applicant quality has decreased quite significantly, to be honest. I'm currently hiring for a senior data science position in my company. So if you guys want to apply, we'll provide you a link in the description below. But with more people doing these degrees, the quality of the average applicant I personally encountered has really, really plummeted. People don't know what they're applying for. The universities are not teaching them the essential skills that they need to thrive in the job market right now. And it's like universities
Right.
are wasting time, but don't.
I'm going to stop right there and just say that he is right. University is not a waste of time, but like I just mentioned, don't think that you're going to come out of there with a degree knowing how to do what I do, right? Knowing how to, okay, so let's say I hired you fresh out of college. Now it's like, okay, I hired you on, okay, I'm working on this AI driven, chatbot or whatever the case may be, right? I need you to come in and maybe work on the front end aspect of this. If you're coming in and you're like, hey, um, how do I get set up with the environment or this or that? Um, Off the back, I'm just gonna be like, I don't have I'm someone who as a founder and a tech founder, I don't have time always to sit down and have a meeting and say and explain everything to everyone when things move so fast and you often have to what is that? Wear multiple hats. So I might not have time to sit down and have a meeting with you. I might need you to like look at the documentation and get started. And if there's any holes or gaps, I might need you to fix those. See that though there are holes or gaps and then proceed to fix them. But if you're asking me like, hey, why is this here or why is this missing? Instead of seeing that something's missing and saying, hey, maybe I can fill in this gap and add proper documentation for this, or let me Google or if I'm having trouble setting up the environment, or if I'm having dependency issues, let me try and resolve and work through these, and then let me document that, add it to the proper documentation, so that way the next engineers that we onboard, that I want someone who's going to be like seeing problems and then saying, okay, let me solve these, on their own, right? Um, Not someone who's constantly looking for, okay, let me tell you exactly what I need you to do, because that means that you would, if you were by yourself, you wouldn't know what to do. If I left you with my product and it was yours, you wouldn't know what to do. You wouldn't know where to go. And I don't know. For me, I feel like you have to have that connection as an engineer. You have to have that direction. I know there's some engineers who are just like who are good at just taking user stories and then implementing, but coming from being like a full like web developer, like I don't. I'm someone that's I believe that engineers should have the ability to design well and should have the ability to write user stories well. You shouldn't just be limited to, oh, I can take a user story and implement it. No, you should know how to do these things to a certain extent, in my opinion. But moving on.
Expect getting a degree to land you a job. That leads me on to my third point, the mindset. A degree is nothing, to be honest. It's the bare minimum you can do. How
I mean, I'm not gonna say it's the bare minimum. Degrees open up a lot of doors, especially the internships, so don't think that a degree is worthless. It is one of the keys to attaining financial freedom is getting a degree. But you want to also make sure that you have practical knowledge with your degree. Don't just get your degree and think that the degree itself is alone. Now I can go out and apply for a job with Morgan Stanley, or I can go and apply for a job with Chase Bank or whatever high level institution. You need to be able to prove to this institution, like along with my degree, here's a finance app that I built in college, currently has so and so users, right? And here's a demo of how it works, and here's what language I use. If you have that, and then you also have maybe an example application, maybe something else in your portfolio, and then you have, as far as code commits. Maybe you have, a few hundred code commits or whatever the case may be on your GitHub. Now they're going to be looking at you like, okay, this guy looks more legitimate. He has a personal website. He has an email associated with it. So you want to make sure you look like a developer who they can hire and say, okay, this person now represents this our institution, right, or our organization. You don't want to walk in saying, okay, hey, well, I got my degree and I just learned my skill. You want to prove to them that you know what you're doing before they hire you. That way, when you walk into the interview, you also have the confidence, like, okay, what is the job description? Okay, I've already been doing that. That you want to be able to speak to that, and more importantly, you want to be able to just have the confidence of like they should know and should be able to feel you exuding confidence that I can do the job. That to me is the easiest way to land roles. And it's something you can't fake. You can try to, and maybe you might get lucky, but in order to actually develop it, you have to build projects.
How you
Have to put the
stand
work
out
in.
is a whole different game. We'll talk about that in a bit. But the mindset cannot be, I have a degree, I deserve a job. Doesn't work.
Right.
You're
And
competing with someone
that is
that's
the
going.
mindset I've seen with lots of people is like the mindset is I have a degree, I deserve a job. Or I did a boot camp, or I did two boot camps, I deserve a job. That's not the mindset you should have because nobody really owes you a thing. And you'll see quickly find out that nobody's going to give you a thing because nobody's looking to hire someone who isn't quote unquote new or someone who they have to teach. This is about money at the end of the day, and the companies need this is competition. This is a capitalistic society. We all need to make money and compete. So what do I look like hiring you if you're new? If I got to spend an extra 2 to 3 weeks training you, and then even at the end of that training, you might not still be able to deliver. I don't know, right? So it's a gamble for me.
Out there in the world. You're competing with a global job market right now because remote work is accessible and available to some companies.
That's right.
And it's you're not going to go to an average school and do computer science and get 150k bang 150k base fan offer just because you can
Right.
also decode mediums and cards. It doesn't
Right.
work like that anymore, and that's okay. Things have to change. Things change because it's an evolving process, and that's okay. You just have to adapt with it. Lastly,
That's
the
right.
thing you might be worried about the most, it's AI. And the thing is, AI is not going to steal your job in the short term. Like you might have heard of Devin and all this other crap. We don't have AI doing junior roles. What AI has enabled us to do is it makes each person 10 to 50% more productive. Just
Right.
like boilerplate code, writing code, like tap, 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 get through the changes, increase the pace of work. Now you get to do more tickets faster. So
Right.
now the seniors, the mid-levels, and the current juniors can do more tickets faster and get more work done. So they can do more per unit of time. And
Right.
knowledge has become commoditized. That's why
But I mean, I don't think that there isn't a risk associated with that as well, because pretty soon, you know, once you start to increase efficiency and performance like that, is there going to be a need for as many developers? Probably not. So you have to understand that. With that, yes, developer need, as far as how many developers you need, especially how many juniors you need, it's going to start to decrease. And so don't be surprised if you see the junior roles start to shrink up, especially if you see the design roles start to kind of shrink up because, if I can pay a software to do what you do, it's a lot more reliable to me. It doesn't because the software doesn't take off sick days. So you have to think about that. A company is always going to be looking to replace you if they can. I mean, I'm just being honest. This is from somebody who has founded companies. I'm always going to be looking to replace you because one thing I've learned with people with hiring, because I hire people all the time, just for my various projects. I hire people on Fiverr. I hire people, just via, um, I hire people for different kinds of things. I work with people via Telegram. I have meetings with people, like I said, via LinkedIn. So just contracting with people. So you have to understand that if I can replace you, if I can I'm trying to get a job done. I'm not trying to, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, a company, organization is trying to get a job done. So if they can get that job done and they don't, and it's a lot easier and convenient for them, they're going to do it. They're going to replace you. It's not about if we're friends or not. It's just about, hey, like this is business at the end of the day. So just always keep that in the back of your mind that, um, that thinking is prevalent. So, and that's why it's so competitive. So don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Like, oh no, it's not competitive. Because you'll end up without a job, and you'll end up sitting around laid off, and you'll be like, oh man, well, so the word of the day is compete. But try and make yourself the most valuable person you can be.
Your degree doesn't matter as well. And because everything's a ChatGPT away, the seniors, the mid levels, and the juniors, the engineers, the data scientists, the product manager, whatever, all of these people, they can learn what they need to learn to get the next job done like 2 times faster because
Right,
knowledge has been commoditized. They only
right,
need
right,
to hire more people if the amount of work that exists is greater than the capacity of their current workforce enabled with AI. Right?
right.
Again, when I was looking for jobs, I was under this mindset like, yo, let me come in, I'll learn anything, I'm so good, blah, blah. You need to come in and hit the ground running. You're not going to be useful for the first 3 to 6 months, but you need to be able to know some of the basics and
I don't
like
believe
if
that.
you
I don't know why people say that. You're not going to be useful for the first. If you're not useful for the first 3 to 6 months, why am I paying you for the first 3 to 6 months? I mean, that just sounds crazy. I mean, the fact that people say that and think it makes sense. You're not going to be useful for the first 3 to 6 months. Are you talking from someone coming from college to like adjusting to on the job? Maybe that's what he means. Okay, but not transitioning from a job to a job. I mean, like even coming from college to now your role, like it should not take you no, I guess 90 days, but I would say 30 to 60 days, and I mean you should be useful. Now, should you be proficient and efficient and exceeding performance? No. But should you be useful to me? Yes. After 30 days, you should be useful to me. It shouldn't take, especially at this high level. You did 4 years of college. Um, that's just my opinion. So useful is the wrong term right there.
have these basics down, then you can be a valuable member of discussions.
This isn't
You
kindergarten
have
in my
the
opinion.
context and the
'Cause
intricacies of
I'm
the
coming in.
business
If
you're
I
joining.
come to a job, I'm trying to be useful all day one. Like, what can I do today to make an impact? I understand what I can learn. Cool. I'll learn that in the meantime. But what can I do to be impactful day one?
Like it's not about getting a degree and learning more on the job. It's about knowing what's included in the job and learning the context of the job in the job now. So with all of that being said, 4 things you can do to stand out from the crowd. Okay, first things first, look, yeah, CV wise, LinkedIn wise, just get your shit together. My LinkedIn is not professional at all. I don't like it to be. I don't want it to be. I don't want to be that guy. But you can, and it does work. So do it. Secondly, not secondly, but the second point, first point, get your CV on point. What are you doing? 1 page CV, nice little summary at the top. Your experience, maybe you have internships, maybe you have personal projects, whatever. Put your experience down, put some
Right.
skills you got, free education, get on. None of these 2 to 3 to 5 page CVs. That is ridiculous. Okay,
Yeah, they're not looking at those. They're not looking beyond that second page, guys. So you gotta make sure you put. I know it's hard, but you gotta put everything that you need to put inside of that first page. And it was hard for me when they first told me this, but you have to do it. And then also, you have to learn the art of of saying a lot without using so many words. Right? So you have to learn how to speak to all of your experience and everything that you did that was impactful at a role, for example, without saying it all verbatim. And I'll give you guys some example. Maybe I'll pull up my CV and maybe we'll go through it. But I'll give you guys some example of how I kind of utilize AI and I had some help with some of the good folks over at Interap who helped me with my CV, just kind of get it refined and whatnot. But your CV has to be top notch. It has to be top notch. If you don't have experience, you have to have you have to have projects. If you don't have experience, you have to have projects. Let me say it again. If you don't have experience, you have to have projects and they have to be good. They have to be good. You know what I mean? You can't just be like, oh man, I built this Hello World app. or I built this, Google clone. Like it has to be good, man. Like so, get you a $20 subscription from ChatGPT. It costs $20, and like go as hard as you can, day and night, trying to build something good. Whatever your idea is, build something good, put it in your portfolio, add a paywall, add Stripe, add authentication, authorization, so so users can log in or whatever and pay, and boom, and brand it. That's all you have to do. If you need help, I have courses. Drop a comment. I'll put you. I'm starting a private group, so you guys can so I can start helping you guys out. But let's continue with the video.
I saw a guy with like a 4-page CV. Unacceptable. I don't have that time, and I'm not gonna be through it. It's all fake. Two, code replying is dead. I
Hilarious.
cannot stress that enough. Code applications are so tough to crack. Again, the applicant to job ratio is messed up, so there's people applying from all over the world. And this
Right.
advice, don't self reject, which is good advice, but now random people applying for the job. And maybe you should self project a little bit just because, yeah, dog, like there's too many CVs to sift through. So go through referrals, go through recruiters. Do not be afraid to DM people on LinkedIn. DM the world on LinkedIn. It goes down in the DMs. Do not cold apply. DM, 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 DM. You're better off sending 50 DMs than 50 cold applications. And I'm telling you that right now. Human to human connection is the most important aspect in this new world that you're entering. This new job market will be driven through human to human interaction, not from cold applications.
This is why This is why I value LinkedIn Premium, because when you DM somebody and you have LinkedIn Premium, it goes a long way. Like as far as them knowing that you're actually somebody who's serious. So if you're gonna follow this strategy, and you have the money, invest in LinkedIn Premium. I'm actually gonna follow this strategy tomorrow. And I'm gonna actually start DMing a lot of people on LinkedIn. Because it's the one thing that I don't really do. I do a lot of code applications, and I gotta stop doing that. I gotta do more cold DMs and introduce myself, introduce my experience, and yeah.
And I cannot stress that enough. Okay, three, actual good side project. I'm going to talk about this from a data scientist point of view, but you can, extrapolate to other tech careers. The quintessential BS data science project is about the Titanic or something and Boston House prices data set. If you're going to give me garbage to haggle, I'm going to throw your application in the bin. That's it. I am 100%. And I think every other recruiter or hiring manager or someone in the recruitment process will throw that in. It's garbage. It's a waste of time. Don't do that. Go use something like Amplify. Go get the data and run some interesting analysis. You have more tools, more technologies, and the capacity to learn them. Go
Yeah,
build
you do.
shit that
It's
you
real
like.
easy. Yeah.
Do not, do
For
not.
being a data scientist, it's super easy. I mean, I can transition over into being a data scientist super easily, dude. Especially with all the tools you guys have that coders are building.
Do the same cookie cutter project that was happening 5 years ago. Oh my god, I'm getting annoyed even thinking about it. The software engineering version of this is the to-do list. Oh, no more to-do lists. You can take the OpenAI API, you can build some interesting stuff, build a thumbnail generator, build a YouTube title generator, build a caption generator, automate YouTube videos being produced. I don't know.
Right,
Whatever, go do it. And the last one is know your fundamentals. The fundamentals will never die, like never die.
right.
Even if the fundamentals will never go away, the fundamentals will never die. Even if you're an engineer, even if you're a data scientist, understanding basic statistics, understanding the core concepts in engineering, understanding the trade-offs that you're making, yeah, these are important. Every single decision you make in a production environment is a trade-off. What are you trading off? How are you trading it off? And is it the trade-off you want to make? Every single design decision is a trade-off. Understand that, and when you understand that, and you have an idea of the fundamentals,
So
you
yeah,
have a
guys, I think that was a good video. I'm not sure if you guys were able to make everything out, how the sound quality was, but essentially fix your resume and your LinkedIn. One page max for your resume. Stop code applying. You can it's more useful to code DM. and try to get referrals and focus on targeting recruiters. Networking is better than spamming applications. So you want to build real projects, no more Titanic data sets or to-do apps. Be creative, build something that actually interests you. Learn the fundamentals, stats, engineering principles, trade-offs. This stuff doesn't go out of style. So that's essentially it, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed that video. I'm gonna actually wrap it up at 4 hours and 45 minutes today. Because I have a lot. I actually built up a large to-do list, and I didn't. This was completely on accident. As far as like some of the events that we were able to capture, and then some of the hackathons as well. So we have a lot on our plate that we can kind of start to work on daily throughout our live streams, especially as far as like the hackathons and such. But I already had like a large to-do list, anyways, that we are going to get into. So I'm going to get organized with all of that stuff and prepare for tomorrow's live stream. And then tomorrow, it's going to be another 5 to 6 hour live stream. I'm going to take you guys through the daily life of a developer and show you guys all the multitude of ways that you guys can use this skill of software engineering to essentially hustle in this global marketplace. When there's so many niches, right? There's so many things to get into. So that's it for this one. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you're on LinkedIn, make sure you guys follow me and add me as a connection if you're able to. If you're on YouTube, make sure you guys like the video and subscribe to the channel for more coding content. This is the only place where you're going to get this kind of coding content, I can promise you. I'm the Jordan. I'm the Jordan. I'm the who is I can't think of the name right now. I'm the Steph Curry of this coding stuff.